Is there something here in the...
I don't see it, lit. To walk. Truthfully, it's not.
It does look extremely...
Those?
Still, you felt there. What? It's glowing in it. There. It's glowing in it. Metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. This life is garbage. You dial the number, calling, and calling for who knows how long. The cold metal is hard, and you're...
That's enough now, officer.
It didn't give you...
Officer, that's enough. Let's return.
It's over. It's getting late.
Good night, officer.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat.
What is this place to you?
Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reed. This could have been you. This could still be you. A down on his luck nobody, trying to survive. Who are you talking to? They're outside the house.
Revachol.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. The water reflects back, a vague image. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. An old mirror. The bed is comforting, if a bit rough. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels...
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape. On and on it goes. For untold hours. Behold, there are millions of them down there. It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. You can never forget this shit. Beautiful. It's stuck on loop. You're the son of the world again. Harrister. Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day.
For the working class, for the money, for the greater good, for Revacol. Always and only.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of... He's got no idea what he's... Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve. Good. You're up. Listen, there's something, it's a suspicion, or a feeling, an earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. Oh sure, you've been making progress, but who's focusing on the big questions? But have you ever seen them? How do you know they're even there? More, you've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. The most awesome it is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. Harry, la responsabilité is... Whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. Like a committee. You don't need no stinking committee. You're the law. Really, Harry, you know in your lungs. Technicality. If you want your work to be accepted, you'll have to go through the appropriate process. There is always time to follow a little self-dealing. Only the most even your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to together. You'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expert. Most likely, your findings will be collected once they've reviewed it. Those same superior. Rest assured, no matter what happens, good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Yes? I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when, if you ask me, it's high time for you to set aside these frivolous side tasks and focus 100% of your... Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for? But isn't that our job? Ah, now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this. Fascinating. And here I believe, in any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villeudran. The gentleman. If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first, you might need to... Now, was there...
Our tenant, the policeman. What more do you want to know about? Yes, let's see if there's other questions. Just this is...
The place is... She nods.
Waves are big.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. An instant high. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Quite odd.
Life World. Someone's been reading up.
Oh yeah? Take it from...
That's all we have time for right now, anyway. Come back here. Yes, that...
You like the Capri funeral idea?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fun...
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper...
Well, I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal...
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality.
Skulls. Now there's a strong organization.
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not...
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the...
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is... We're not part of the...
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
You don't know?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Besmatine, or the Besmet.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chase.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal...
If a skull spots you, He will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are murder. Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we.
Also, he was hanged. He was hanged for.
Yeah, I mean.
These punks don't know anything.
Hey, stop right there. How does one.
Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself. However, there is no way these young men could possibly be aware of her work.
Exactly. How can one.
What if it's art? Or just a.
Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. We are the audience, and the artist, the lieutenant, raises an eyebrow. But
Oh, yeah. Cindy's a right proper.
Yeah, a true artist of the future.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our.
for all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat. But I don't.
Hey, there's no need for that. We're just talking.
Yeah. Didn't you cops, like, have some questions about skulls or some shit?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez.
Apart from the unions themselves.
Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, we are. We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our... Because we can be just as psycho and vicious.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now.
Right on, fuck. Mm-hmm. What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. What I mean by this is, we are all.
It seems that the young
Like I said before, to catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times. You get more fish in a because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that.
hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Yes? Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan. What are you implying? I'm not sure I understand you, detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Fine. Fuck the world just seemed to fit you more, considering your heroic exit attempts.
You always get to be the crazy one, right? Fine.
So are we done here? Or... You don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you? That ride is...
Hey, piss Look who it is.
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that. Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
What? No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we...
Yeah, man, keep your voice.
Prospect must be a hierarchical term. Probably in the lower end.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined.
He gets it.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Oh, man. Okay.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
That's okay. I wouldn't wear either one anyway. This case doesn't require...
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not...
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with "piss" written on his back, it'd just be an
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers. Where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure? You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact,
Make way for the... Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hello, hello. So what brings you here?
could he be just pointing it out? We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sub Rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning. The last things people in Revachol have to hold on to. The true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. Yes, we listen to a lot. We are going to change the family. You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it. Beautiful. Beautiful. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look. Do think about it, officer. Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme érotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time.
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Well, here's to you. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the nothing that I didn't see. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think muscular, handsome. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones, just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded vaguely ornate. Sure. Anything else on your mind? Oh, and if I may ask, gendarme.
He's all bemused skepticism. He doesn't actually care what you want with his friend.
God, of course it is. My friend is always trying to convince me I need a little more response, as though I don't have enough going on. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is. We don't talk about everything, you see. He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course. Not a clue. I'm not his agenda keeper, you see. I guess you will. You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Why not? A visitor from the first world. To his opportunities and... Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like... That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Yes?
The Copper-nado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What?
Started once the word sitting across. He spent his youth and then the emblem in the far corner. Size in the middle. In conclusion, exactly. But none of this is news to you.
Again? I can't believe this shit. Okay, why not? Let's do the whole thing over again. We're not a cover-up. What the author... You don't have a motive? I don't know. Oh my god, there's...
The man trying to Kenny even.
Yes? What is it? That was pretty good, Harry.
Whoa, how does she know your name? She probably heard it from some.
that was, yeah, that was absolute shit. You're horrible.
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse.
She actually did.
Yes, I called you by your name. God, everybody knows your name. Please go finish your investigation.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? It was all right. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you? Got the 20 real. Then why are you wasting another thing? Great, yes?
It's great to see you again.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels... You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Oh, hello. Of course, dear. Is there a... No. It's the cryptid. Oh, yes. The eight-eyed Teratorn, the largest flying ape...
Mutation.
Until it was sighted by...
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own...
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored, the world's largest canyon system, Swede. Alone in the blasted desert heat, he was lost without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. Yes, or rather, hunting. The professor climbed up there.
Watch out.
Then, the Tetatorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either. The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back. Every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uva spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away. The 8-eyed Tetatorn was indifferent to him, as long absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologist.
Modern radar telemetry shows great.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's
Very.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man, I'm glad you like. Yes, I saw it, but you're welcome.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own.
Oh, yeah.
It's
That's...
She's
my apology.
It's not a searching for...
the quality. She's completely internal.
Haha. Nothing.
He tries to play it cool. Remain
Good. Okay. Completely empty?
No locusts?
That's not ideal.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever.
She's engaging in a well-known self-dis...
Of course, more clever.
Yes. The Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped.
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to... Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? Some kind of foul play?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation.
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our... Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity? Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as you should ask the red-headed boy, Kuna.
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting...
Lena, I'm sorry, but Morel, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath, and I have delivered...
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. Disappointing.
Very officers.
Oh, hello.
The man ponders his...
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. Fuck no! Ah, shit! That's right, pig. Shit. No, Kuno doesn't give a f.
So he knows locusts are
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up!
Now they're gonna take you to...
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Deny everything, Kuno!
Kuno's not gonna say...
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head?
Kuno does...
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the... Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is impairing.
I'll let you handle the Kunos.
Does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took...
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
Yeah, well, Kuno's all you got, bitch. It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like...
Stop!
You stop! It's like they're fucking night. Locust City, Night City,
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big. The girl forces herself to watch again. The corners of her eye.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you!
An artist? Maybe I am an artist. You hear that?
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3...
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno...
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno! You'll have to take...
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window.
believe you.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely. Use this momentary confusion to tell you got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. She was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno's finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first-person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck, pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
As you leave, you notice his usual rooster-like swaying posture has changed. Slowed down. There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything.
Fuck does Kuno? Kuno doesn't.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Looking for something?
To the left.
Is this about the question?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal spray.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. Fucking monk.
You hear a tiny rattle. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal.
How about you fuck off now?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't put the man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Si on promise... has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything.
Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But an old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the...
This must be the woman.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debard... As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to get...
There it is again. The pigs.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone called...
It actually sounds extremely bad.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village.
She will be there.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything... Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the...
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, reset. I have... Harry, imagine a youth centre, supermarket, church complex. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. I accept your salute, Harry.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that. And then there will be a giant statue of him, towering above it all.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry.
You would look nice as a statue.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. Why a war?
And what do you...
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men. Or 15 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes... Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class, we're not gonna give nothing.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't...
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nuts. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the... It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the...
The guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe 2,307.
2,373, and they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan?
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how, with renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership,
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, miss. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some... We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So you're...
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party...
He's basically admitting to it.
Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug...
Understood.
It's also far removed from my... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there. I'm going to unite them all into one economic body.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
No, Harry. Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering? Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea. We're way... You can bother Leonard with that.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big time.
Great, Harry. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me... Mr. Dubois, every worker... To hell with it. Every worker is white. Now, what can I do for you today? What? Did I? Well done. I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. I'm gonna let the world surprise me. Mr. Dubois, every worker... What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy. Harry.
He's hiding his real...
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do.
You too, Lieutenant.
You know, I like you. But you never were my favorite.
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Ah, yes. Your side investigation.
Actually, Revachol doesn't... He refuses to discuss it further. It's not even a speck of anger in his voice.
I'm always happy to very nice, Harry. Most certainly. By all means, Harry. What's...
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... Fanny.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics...
Oh, that a cell. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to...
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine...
Found God knows where? That a cell is the daughter... I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running... Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy, but here I am. Mr. Dubois, everyone... I'm always happy to educate... Very nice. Most certainly. By all means, Harry. Great. You want to bounce something off your... It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told... Absolutely. My dear Harry. There are literally... Harry, you smooth...
Smooth talking. Maybe...
Hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother. Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does, but a very smart fellow. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both left with the first autumn rains and didn't...
South Safri. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on. The trade must have been lucrative.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm. Honestly, I don't know what... Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but... Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a...
He's probably one of those rare specimens.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would... The night guard? Ooh, he's a peculiar we talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. They lived on the same street their entire lives. Mr. Martin, yes. Don't really remember much about him.
Mr. Martin. Gaston also taught history and human studies to the Clear brothers.
Sure, mister. Oh, that...
Told you.
Mr. Dubois, every word... I'm always happy to Very nice. Most certainly. By all means, my dear I rarely do
container. You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even? You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If any, why are you even? You're back before the cargo container. Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you. The door
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers prepared. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not...
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore.
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get...
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question, but all I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more...
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, but then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not precisely, Mr. Dubois. You know, I hear people talk sometimes about economic equality and fairness, but tell me, where would we be without liberalism? In caves, exactly. A world of slavery where we are right now. The freedom of man, it is truly. It's almost entire.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this?
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course.
The Weiss-Wieserman coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net. The Weiss-Wieserman coefficient for you, 0.99, that's not good for you.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container.
Yes, I imagine that traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? River Shoal. I remember it's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extreme, there simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you're smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals, luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, bail-proof outerwear, and so on. What? No, I didn't say that at all.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can...
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, as you may know, us high-net-worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investment here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? You're welcome. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound? Thanks for stopping by. If...
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu.
Welcome back, gentlemen. Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for...
Deploying high-concept buzzword generator. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean.
A youth center, huh?
A place to teach them practical skills, like teamwork. And come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunity. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hear the round of seed funding, this should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground. Remember, it's not a handout.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. Is he having a stroke?
I'm not
Now, was there anything else?
The file cabinet, hundreds of, and the same you already remember, Leo. All items on the drawer. So inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57? Yes, I got the mercenary.
The lieutenant leans in to listen. Notebook.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Elis Cortenaer. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the...
According to Clausia, Lele said his real name wasn't really his. Perhaps that's...
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised, then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Trenel. It's a garden...
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a...
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
The name. This is very good. Elis Cortenaer.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity. About...
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. 57.
In the cabin, you see... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. Hold on. I've got Central Jamrock.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a...
On Moreau Drive in Central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps, far away from the noise outside.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Maybe you can write it down? It's rude as...
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that... Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay. If it was the police.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also...
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a... 1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help.
Anything else you need, 57?
In the cabin, you see a... The display rack, rows and rows of him. The display rack. A small mountain of colorful...
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Romance. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just... Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits. Yes, the wards help to keep...
The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. This bookstore. Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Shelves full of... The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. The barbell waits patiently. The barbell waits patiently.
It's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only predict nothing.
The lieutenant.
Your win.
I'm sorry, detective.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside but when I...
Place on doesn't mean
creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you? Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner...
Unfortunately,
Vigilance officer, what...
Unfortunately,
Vigilance officer, what...
Unfortunately,
Vigilance officer,
what? Go long, go deep, go unconventional.
Sure, officer. Let's hear your take. I'm not following you.
He'll get it. Don't worry. Just continue. He's gonna be impressed. The man stares at you. Doesn't look like he's imagining it.
Puh. You're talking about getting blackout shit-faced drunk and going into delirium.
The lieutenant looks up from his notes and nods to the old carabiner.
How so, then?
His tone is like that of a drill sergeant addressing new recruits. The lieutenant sighs audibly.
And I thought getting my knee shattered and surviving on rat cut.
Your sarcasm will be your undoing, old man. The veteran of numerous armed conflicts extends his right arm with the setting sun in.
Was there something else you wanted to take from?
I don't think there was anything else he wanted, was there? You got...
It is such a pleasure. Sure, officer. Sweet, of course.
Vigilance officer? What can I prefer the old? You know what?
But she must be the woman from the...
Enough!
Maybe.
Maybe on some limb. Vigilance officer? I prefer the... It used to be... You know what?
But she...
Enough!
Maybe.
Maybe on some remote parts of this... There's nothing for you to...
His face is motionless, like a marble mask. He...
Hello again, officers. Have you...
I don't believe it. I've never known.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance, but you can...
She throws you.
Have you noticed the quiet? This place is a sepulchre.
I don't believe...
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
There'll never be skulls, but...
She throws...
Have you... This place...
Give me a moment. It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find the Majors in apartment 20 upstairs.
A plaster cast bust. The aging alcoholic is still there. A weathered brown door. Something's... The lieutenant. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast.
We have our first preliminary identification. Now, Delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice. The lieutenant motions, and someone turns down the radio. Tidying up, there's fear in her.
It's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like...
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning the condensation. From stepping inside, he must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again?
Keep it together. You don't want your...
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into...
How about some small talk before you break the news?
How have I been? You're not here to discuss me. People got to eat. What is this about? Why are you suddenly asking me about my cooking?
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her vein.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me...
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just... How long had...
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears. The handkerchief.
Yes, thank you.
Is there anyone we could call for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid. Unreal.
God. Should I call them? Should I...
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his note. Is there anything else that the RCM...
No, I'll call you if something comes up. Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. You did enough. Can save the...
Can't bring the dead back.
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your...
That's it. We should get... Let's go.
You look south, over the crumbling balustrade. There, 1.2 kilometers away, a piece of broken stone cuts into the sky. A tomb. On it, inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right.
10-4, come in. Roger that. 10.
Hey. Hello, officer. I think so. He was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie.
Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the imp.
He has a 38-degree fever.
Darling, I told you to take...
You're right, you're right.
There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people.
You can? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What, Morel?
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention...
Wow. Co-discovery. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. scruffy-haired little boy. This one,
Lily's our mum.
the stone kicker, laughs. The other one, wow, so intellectually stimulating. The scruffy-haired
You're stupid. Okay. You're stupid.
Tequila sunset. Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police...
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage.
Do you remember?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never.
3 men are standing on a wooden platform extending out from the shore.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. The time! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things." Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jam the pedal and...
The muscles in your right leg tense up.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. Yeah, hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After it...
Wow.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real...
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking...
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful to be beside your gun and your badge. You said something... In retrospect, I guess you told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest...
It's more like you...
No specifics, though. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach...
It's not meant as a joke.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exact... You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar.
As you've already determined, the actual number is 216.
No thanks to the squares at the... It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. It depends, really. Booze. Did you already forget our part? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling... I was once... I used the profits from my agent. I developed the paradigm. 22 full-time employees. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit. But now... One day I left on my evening run.
His eyes are clouded. His dilated blood, his eyes are...
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate in the apartment. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet. Very wet, okay? I made my way back home. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I wish I were Tequila. I wish I were. I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did, as people are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie.
Heavy is the head.
Just then I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had... But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only... Anyway, long story short. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought...
Why didn't you go to the...
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. This would explain a lot. God bless them, though. I'd be alone with... Good fucking question! I used to own my reality. Now I can't hang on to anything.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
My agency. Man. I convinced my partners I was financing a group of...
Sounds intriguing. If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising. Maybe you're right. Who knows? What? You've never seen 100? Pretty nice, huh?
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 50. Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TM, to be a... And then there's the smell.
Wow, you're lucky.
That's because your paws are my fellow
Hey!
Shut the fuck up.
I thought you...
A gurgling sound.
And yeah, you're Tequila. It's a verifiable tragedy. Say, you're a detective, right? Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium. It's a big world out there, Tequila. Lot of...
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the...
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you, Pete? Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get...
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
What?
Hey, Spiral!
Oh. Shut up, guy. I was once a reasonably high... So you don't... I do. But as you... Classy. The tale... There are many variations...
Are you telling...
Shut the fuck...
The streets are warm in the harbors.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying... What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's with no head on his shoulders. Where...
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, There are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found. If I hadn't lost my... Gertrude Het may have been...
Tell him about the two...
Fuck, Rosemary. What?
I've read the case file.
Right. The wind picks up.
2 women step.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods...
Don't turn around.
When she sees something. But there is no... Ulla makes a run for the shore. Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ulla de Ponte, during the investigation, No, she committed not a pretty...
Man, that's some... Anyway, that's the story of the headless foul rider. Pretty well, Tequila. Some say...
Oh, headless brother.
Others claim he was a professional. Personally, I think coincidental.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
That would explain the... Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other...
Hard to argue, is it?
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on... Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. No one knows.
He won't.
I saw him one night.
He?
The tale... There are many...
Are you...
Shut the...
The streets in the harbor.
Our hero... What she doesn't know is that her piece is about a headless, rumored to be searching for his... Yes. Gertrude...
Tell him a...
Fuck, Rose. What?
I've read the...
Right. The wind...
2 women.
The women are...
Don't turn around.
When she... But there is... Ulla, her body is never... Word on the street gave her...
That part.
See? Anyway, that's... No one...
He won't.
I saw him one night.
Okay, let's... I've been meaning to have a little chat with you. I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you. The lieutenant regards you for a moment, unsure whether you're making a joke.
Right, detective. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
A warm.
Anyway, we should probably get...
Wow, so someone's been a little bored. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a cop. Done and done.
And Mikhail noticed the windows. You officers, come to investigate.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young car. Oh, yes. So, Mikhail? No, I can't say that we've met before. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all...
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was...
This man is your half-brother. Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor. Victor.
No,
So you haven't...
No, I'm sorry.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
Aha! But what not a lot of people know is this...
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. You're probably more...
Mea culpa. It looks old and weathered.
That's not surprising. They started out as a midway electronics still. Tricentennial was here in Martinez, possibly in this an elegant, which is a feat of engineering.
He assumes...
Indeed.
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the mark. All of this was built by Felt, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez. Yes, they even built a
pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory.
Yes. To lure in that... Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boy.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't...
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
They used them for... What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio...
A short-lived...
It's a beautiful piece of tech. I tried to get Mikhail...
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver firm.
Actually, no one knows.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a...
Wait, did he just say wump? He did it. He said wump. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why they had... In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return.
Made of black film and...
Very, very cool. Though I understand... Yes, the official name of the prototype. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident. But of course. What else? Sure. What's on your mind? But of course, I do have some...
He's not gonna... No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Oh no, I don't have it on. I'm just spending...
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed.
I do some...
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts.
Actually, a great many cultures have their...
You doze off as he paints you a man. He's...
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying? Then I guess everything got said, right? No, thanks.
Pick your... Morel's trap, the locusts, they're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When do you think... Don't answer that.
He doesn't want to. As you approach, he appears complete.
Ah, super. It's the... What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? Well, that's... And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands. Yes. There's nothing like a... Really? Here? Ah, a very useful gift for a...
You feel like there's something you could say here. If only you really knew...
Ah bon? I'm all in, my friend. If it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachon.
Yes, this is just the sort of reason...
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas.
What? When he's speaking figuratively, he means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta. That's why it would be extremely irregular. or potentially even, well, under ordinary.
In other words, the committee only knows what it...
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform and listening, it has the most objective I find it a great comfort. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of... Unfortunately not, no.
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church.
Let me just say, always my pleasure.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope that not much. Some things just don't.
So...
No.
She's not telling you all. She nods.
You're back. Good. By love, you did.
Fast, observantly.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high... What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
What is? Or...
What world? The only one, I suppose.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the...
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage.
A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm.
The world is a Susan of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was hard Elysium. It does. There are those who would call a term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Oh, you want a picture of the world? Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. That's looking less and less likely, Detective.
ORG. Occident.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are...
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more... I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even signed... But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together. You have misimagined it. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. But you already have. When you're...
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with... Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there. The lieutenant observes you both, silent.
The Pale is not, technically...
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have...
His voice is low, but firm.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has all... Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask...
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here. Unless you can convince him to step aside. Good idea.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grand...
Are you sure you're sure? Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separate Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Graf, an oceanic Isla. It comprises achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not...
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the...
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
Yes. That is enough. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor, marked by spore. The most disco thing you will ever see. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental the further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of... Oh, it is so difficult.
A squall of birds. Hard...
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, but it is still hard for humans to know extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only...
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say the dialect... It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automate...
You should ask the pal driver about this. See what that poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills, officer. Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent...
They had not traveled the entire circumference of...
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end, if we throw them precisely. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is an intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, I suggest you do.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth.
One and all. They say Pale...
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Yes, sweet Ria. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have...
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if...
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now? Yes, well, the rest of us have dealt with it for thousands of years, so...
You will have to deal with it, too, the lieutenant thinks. This is why I didn't want you to know.
I am happy to oblige. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? You're back. Good. What can I help you? Oh? A takeover? If they're taking it,
Green livery, changing into like a cancer of the blood.
then we're talking about a war. They most certainly are not.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the... It will take more than Connell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send... I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives?
What do you suggest I do? Everything affects the decision.
Officer?
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
Do you think it's within my authority to give it to them? Do you think I can control...
It is. It is well within her authority.
What will I do?
Her arms fall to...
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown. It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 It was anything but normal. There was no precedent, until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological raid
called Volta Doma.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new slowly raining down until it formed.
The air is cold and scented. There are rain circles on water all around. Humid. So does the lieutenant. His mouth, the droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing, but they could not. They were sane and conscious. as islands began to appear on the horizon.
You've thought it a million times.
A total shift. 4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks on Caillou. The pebble. The nations of Mundi proceeded to... But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. There was no one but the Skua. Revolution. It is. Soon...
The gangs will run wild, taking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
I will take your advice, Lieutenant Freighter. I will surrender Terminal B to the U...
She puts her hand.
We will...
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be two strikes.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez.
There are no employers.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go see.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
I have not deceived you. I told you exactly who I was. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. Keep the peace, and I will...
How far along is Cronel?
A confrontation is imminent. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought, and I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich. No, Detective. No one's...
Don't worry, Madame.
I'm overexposed, baby.
She would die to return to it. The pale, the past, anything.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta do Mar.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow with worry in his eyes. He does not know if it... You wonder what Everard has. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as...
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. Oh? Okay. Oh. Yes, that's... Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you... Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Waves are beginning to die down. Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those... Waves are beginning to die down. Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down.
You think she really needs more of that after a man died at sea? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history.
I have, and I don't really. Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk...
Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it airy and simple.
Officer, I thought we had a walk of our own in mind. One that...
Oh no. You, come with us. You need to understand that nothing...
Having the lieutenant along is a fail-safe measure against any possible funny business.
I guess I can come along for a quick stroll. I mean, if the man...
I do, yes.
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. blazes.
Aye. So here you are. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen.
Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast. Don't be fooled. He's watching you to make sure you don't act
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. Aye, you're the starriest of them all.
Her laughter is throaty and warm.
Here it comes.
So fast as to make it seem like the weather turns at her command.
Me? No. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here. Otherwise, it would have been a less pleasant stroll, nay?
You should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death. Oh, indeed.
Uncomfortable shuffle of nylon.
And what about you? Keeping the name? Well then, Officer Dubois.
The sun reflected in the waves.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so...
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements, and the sun does little for the dead. And or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit...
And a bit of conceptual unity too.
Now you're just nitpicking.
There's salt in the air, and the...
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? No.
Maybe some general remarks before you say something big. Work your way up to the... Here we go. 2 different approaches to cap this off with style.
Aye. And a benevolent one. When did you last have one of those on your side? Well, now you have that giant thing to watch over you. So, the wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but... Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. No. Men are...
The lieutenant looks at... Do not bring it into a gunfight, he thinks. Please understand, it's merely ceremonial.
Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
This is as far as it goes with her. You...
Farewell.
As she walks off, the wind picks up, and the light from the sun...
I hope this has been refreshing for you, Detective.
Yes, what is it? You're asking me to circuit bend onto coalition radio frequencies. The main difficulty will be finding an antenna powerful enough to reach...
She's not joking. Even the RCM has to receive special approval from the coalition to access that kind of equipment.
I highly doubt it. That tower is barely able to transmit shortwave signal. I don't see any alternative. We're just going to have to build the antenna ourselves. Yes, from a technical view. We need metal, a lot of it. The taller the structure, the better. Something that is both prominent and easily accessible. If it's near a power source, even better.
Close your eyes. Unfold your... The wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bench and a few... From behind you, a lot beyond the unkempt backyard, rise the voice again. Just a moment. That voice isn't human. You turn around. The morning...
The dead king and his horse.
It may work, you think, but why do you feel like...
We'll need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the cables to some of the stranded lorries, we could theoretically...
Whatever ambivalence she had about your project before, she's now fully engaged.
Quiet. I'm doing maths. It's completely ridiculous, but I believe we could transform the entire roundup...
A note of awe in her voice. She's shocked and pleased by her own audacity.
What you choose to call it isn't my concern. I'm only here to I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on. I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be that difficult. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one. But it doesn't really matter where it comes from.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from Makinema.
Certainly, though it requires a fair amount of technical finesse to remove them. That sounds like a perfectly adequate radio.
I highly doubt that. When I crank the volume on my dyno wave, it's like you're in a luxury box at the National Concert Hall.
There is no need to go out of your way to find a top-shelf radio. Absolutely not. In the meantime, I will gather the rest of it. Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
Then what?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean... According to this, how long... And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front.
An intellectual hunger fills her.
I also have a question. since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply...
Knows how to think this.
Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them.
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow...
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring...
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building. With You mean play Sans and the dice maker? Then go tell them.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer.
Yes, it is.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of...
Man, you...
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space. I wouldn't go so far as...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the...
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection.
The creepy woman! It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long distance.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of... Pale is a shroud anytime.
Homosexual underground. Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours?
Yes, what?
It's a car! Yeah! Car!
The mother of humanism stands above you. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind, only a strange little... The mother of humanism. The scruffy-haired...
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some kind of cross-country law official. I guess you do. What's on your mind, Officer Harry?
Our tenant.
Everything's still cool here. Tapes? You mean like music tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic.
To the west, dark brown ribbons of tape hang from the tree, flowing. You should have a look. It's better than nothing. The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gisley, with slow and deliberate motions, pulling, it curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help.
What's the tape for? How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it? All right. You know, since tape spinning isn't really our day job.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape. Patting the tree, the gnarled hawthorn tree. The gnarled hawthorn.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you. You mean Reese Pooley? But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Huh? Yes. What about it? Is it any good? The music, I mean. Man, you're really okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though.
You take some time to look around the store. You know these visuals would look super cool in the church.
Yeah, I bet they would. A sanctuary filled with hand...
There's a but, isn't there? There's always a but.
I rather like it here, too. So yeah, I'm not giving you my projector. This tape is all I can do for you and your friend's nightclub project. Yeah, it was. Anyhow, yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion. Hello, hello, a transceiver.
He produces a machine.
A genuine crystal sprach. This is a connoisseur's model. Good for picking up foreign millions.
The Model 9 also comes equipped with a signal purifier to suppress crosstalk. Especially good around here with...
In other words, it will put even the Lieutenant's beloved Dynawave to shame.
It's about as close to perfection as a transceiver gets. And when you'll be back again...
Hi again, gendarme. You did. I told you can. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is wary. Earlier, the bully.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so...
Her voice is shaky.
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going...
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is...
Very strange. Why is she not letting me do this?
Different? How? I'm in doubt, sweetie. It's, a strange...
And when a police officer asks...
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just...
Hunching her shoulders now.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was Morel's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe that I'm some queen of the crypt.
That I am a queen?
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it hasn't.
Hello, thank you.
Her smart.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I'm sorry, dear.
Her voice.
Morel will have...
The lieutenant stares at his shoe.
That...
Very strange.
Different? It's,
And when a...
Do you...
Hunching...
See, Morel...
A terrible sting in the heart.
No, sweetie. That I... But now...
The lieutenant opens his notebook. But an acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care. All qualities these two seem to share in abundance.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job.
You know, this reminds you of the Pericarnassian theory of love. In essence, love is a relay out of death. Generation by generation, our love remains in our progeny. Lay some of that on her.
Oh, sweetie. I don't think I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then what you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably...
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel. Okay?
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is... You too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly. Even though it turned out to be a
waste of a dream. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine mutters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, the cold, coastal wind blows.
We should go to...
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes...
Hey, was there another thing? Yes?
Hello again, esteemed officer. What do you mean the actual source? Are you here to lecture me about economics again? What?
Ma'am, what he's saying is true.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that? You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith. Besides, didn't I have some Sailite hope catch? Thank you for your help in any case.
tiles on the cube are still small.
Oh, it's you again. You mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside? I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm?
I'm afraid it is.
Sauna is involved in? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
Just Martinez. In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions. And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just...
It's death, but for the universe, oh, we're contemplating the living shit out of this.
Exactly what I didn't want.
No offense, but your partner seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Misk.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is true. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips. The look on her face, like an orgasm. Heroic doses. Her thought insertion, dithering. The Grat Catalan, when you've seen it all go away. What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor. Like looking into the ocean at night. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up.
In the belly of an airship, behind the cell windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
The wheels all small and round. Multi-axle trailers.
Yes.
No elaboration.
They say there is a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you straight, it's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south? It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent. And dark, and the process no one knows what's at the end. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child growing on the left. Josiane.
There is nothing more to do. She is receding.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective. Let's get some air.
trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Poor things.
Always my pleasure to...
Hello, hello. For the moment, you won't regret it all.
The lieutenant watches you take the transceiver with barely disguised envy.
Not at all, Detective. A Kristallsprach is a fine piece of equipment, but I'm quite...
Oh, he's totally jealous. He can barely...
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation. But I have to say,
We're glad to hear it.
It's a paw! Yeah!
A hand on his...
Wow! Did you...
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is...
Listen! I'm...
full of salt. It would be
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based...
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck.
I think it's just happenstance.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something mysterious is going on here.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. What about the bass? Do you have any ideas? Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass. But how?
What about that compressor Andre was setting up to achieve some sort of...
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. But it could be hyper. It's a paw! Yeah! It's a paw! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Bzz.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz.
It's a paw! Yeah!
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 Bzz, bzz, bzz. Goes.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Bzz.
It's a paw! Yeah!
Sidechain the beat. Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of...
Sidechaining it, you said!
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide. What?
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
Are you ready?
Noid straightens his back. Red.
I was born ready, Egg.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
This is beauty!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass...
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive.
Introducing the ultimate sound! God damn it! This dance club idea might just... DeLorean Church!
This is it. This is a new... Who will be the innocence of hard?
What is it? Oh, very good. Is this a Kristallsprach? The Model 9 is an excellent piece of equipment. I don't know what you had to pay.
It's not often that she allows herself to be awed.
I believe that means we're ready to get started. So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now. Ah, yes. I wasn't sure what to do about that, but then I discovered an... Oh, yes. I did notice. My intention is to run a power cable from... That's up to you. At a minimum, I would make sure you are physically and...
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing...
Radio engineers typically carry overpriced solvent sprays to clean the antenna connections. But finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep legal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist. I don't take them because they make me nod. Very good.
Back across the water lab.
And now if you...
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only you will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate. Then it will be exactly like every other moment of every other. Good.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, teacup.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
You're all alone out there. The lieutenant looks up at you. Nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fiber.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Marianne hat mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht...
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind.
It's very likely, based on what we've recently learned. In the meantime, you must keep trying. Again?
It's cold now.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
I didn't say anything. Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring.
And uncomfortable.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold. I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
Yes, a particularly eerie specimen, but still just harm.
Right. I just wish I could remember what I was doing.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
Ah, very good thing.
Someone has been maintaining it.
That's much better. Please, try again.
Where's the Archer? Are you there, Detective Cousteau? Please...
Damn! Even with the crosstalk suppressed the sync, I did not expect simply locating the sync. We must consider several variables. Local, fortunately, we have a more than adequate transceiver. And we're also unlikely to change our local entroponetic. You need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
Someone has been maintaining.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar, but you'll be damned if you know what images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is dangerous.
That's true, but I can't leave my state. Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the... You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right, detective. Just keep your focus.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed... The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer.
Well, do you see anything? Damn, I was afraid of that. And I did short of changing the shape of the antenna. I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed. Ideally, narrow. What do you mean? I'm afraid we're...
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are his imperious guest. You can't help but feel that saber you picked up might just give this older king... Come on. Kings and sabers are so played out. Why not arm the good king's valiant steed instead? This seems... To your surprise, the saber slides snap.
There is no way that is going to...
It's making a very slight difference.
This faithful steed, a clear night sky. Across the river, you can see the lights of coalition. A few of the She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset.
That's very good.
The signal is clear.
Try it now, officer.
Detective Cousteau, this is collision worship Arthur.
Aha! Excellent! You are connected.
This is it. You're finally getting to speak with them. And by that, they mean the one. There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have brought you...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July. Not a problem. They typically respond within a few weeks. We're afraid we cannot transfer you.
Then, why are you wasting time with her? You should demand to speak with who's really in charge.
You know that is simply not...
This line of argument is quite pointless. You should abandon it.
What part of need to read? That's only because they haven't heard about your problems yet.
So, you're experiencing...
Good God, here we go.
We're afraid we don't understand at all. What does this something have to do with your lost memories? Unfortunately, we cannot... Now, please excuse us while we update the...
Quick, hang up on her first. And there, you really showed her. The lieutenant gives a lot.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work...
what is it? Yes, what is... Ah! Is this a crystal?
It's not a...
I believe that. So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now. Ah, yes. Oh, my intention is to run a power cable from the engine. That's up to you.
At the very least.
Radio engineers typically carry overpriced solvent sprays to clean the antenna connections. But in a pinch, some common ammonia works just fine. Finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep legal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist. It is possible that technical fields attract. That's fine. Return to me when you're ready to go.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect. This is so...
Yes, what is very good?
Back across the water there. At least we are getting...
And now...
It's...
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only your microphone is set to broadcast, officer. We'll all be able to listen, but anyone we reach will only hear your voice. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to. Then it will. Good.
A soft rustling between your ears, a wind, every light.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
You're all alone out there. The lieutenant looks up at you. Nervous for who, though?
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply
Nein, Liebling. Marianne hat mir erzählt.
You can't make out a word.
Liebling, bitte. It's very like. In the meantime. Again.
It's cold.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck.
I didn't say it. Someone has.
An uncomfortable.
It's been a long winter. Long. I can assure you it's not my twin brother. Though it certainly does sound like me.
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
Ah!
Someone has been.
That's not. Worship. Damn! I did not. We must concede. Fortunately, and we're also unlikely. You need to climb up.
Someone has.
Something about the images of your body smashed again.
That's true. Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right.
The connection, the whole.
Well, do you see anything? Damn. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed together, so that's ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. The responsibility is yours. You are his You can't. Come on. Kings and sabers are so. Why not arm the good king? To your surprise,
there is no.
It's making a very slight difference.
This faith clear across the river. A few of the she yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
That's very good.
The signal.
Try it now.
Lieutenant
Aha!
This is, and by that there is so much.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? Acknowledged. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
This isn't about you. Now, take a deep breath. Look up.
What? How do you know this? Lieutenant Dubois, this is a very serious claim.
There's papers rustling. There. You've waited.
Please continue. We're listening. We have it.
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
We are listening.
Oh dear. You see, don't listen to them.
Come again, Lieutenant Dubois. You're saying the victim was killed by communists. Was this a politically motivated homicide? We're afraid we're not following. Did you speak with the victim before his death? We see. Lieutenant, we must be perfectly honest with you. We cannot recommend that you address the community, because what you're saying suggests that you are experiencing an acute psychic break with reality. You don't need to speak with...
Yes, what, very good?
Back.
And now
It's...
we're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request. Then it will... Good.
A soft rustling. Every light.
Officer? Are you... We don't have time for indecision. Just say whatever first comes to...
You're all the lieutenant nervous for...
Try again or...
Perhaps.
Nein, Liebling, Marianne hat mir...
You can't make out a word.
Liebling, but... It's very light. In the meantime... Again?
It's cold.
A slight frisson.
I didn't... Someone has...
An uncle.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold. I promise you I didn't.
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen.
Ah!
Someone has been...
That's my...
Where?
Damn! I didn't... We must fortunate, and we're also unlikely to change our local entrepreneur. You need to climb...
Someone had...
Something. Images of your body smashed against the...
That's true. Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was...
You're doing all right.
The connection, it's the whole...
Well, do you see anything? Damn. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what... Ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. You are face to his impact. You can't help. Come on. Kid, why not arm them? To your surprise,
there is no way.
It's making a very slight difference.
This faith clear across the river. A few of the idle, she yells a single word he can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. You allow the broken hunk of
Yes, what is it? Very good? If you'll help me with some of...
Back.
And now if you'll just
It's done.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be two. You will need to transmit your connection request. While then it will good.
a soft rustling between your ears. Every light.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to...
You're all alone. The nervous.
Try again.
Perhaps
Nein, liebste Marianne hat...
you can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Liebling, but... It's very like in the meantime... Again?
It's cold.
A slight frisson.
I didn't... Someone had... It's been a long winter. Long and cold. I promise you I did...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
Ah!
Someone has been...
That's my... Where's your... Damn! I didn't... We must fortunate and we're off. You need to climb.
Someone had...
Something images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind.
That's true. Then you might break your...
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance.
You're doing all right.
The connection, the whole...
Well, do you see anything? Damn, I was afraid of that. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed together, so that's unlikely to happen. Ideally, What do you mean?
She's right. This faith you are his you can't help. Come on. Why not arm the good king's valiant steed instead? To your surprise,
there is no...
It's making a very
clear across the river. A few of the she yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse.
That's very...
The signal...
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant
Aha!
This is it, and by that, there is so...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the Liaison for Public Affairs. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address...
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she under... The scruffy-haired little boy.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spot 'ems up, Captain.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister. Here you go, mister.
Well, hello. So lights reflect. Wow. The gods of fine. Yes, not all of them.
Yes, what is it? Very good?
Back
And now
It's...
we're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request. Well, then it will good.
A soft rustling between you. Every...
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
You're all the nervous for...
Try again.
Perhaps you...
Nein, Marianne hat mir...
You can't make out a word.
Liebling, bitte.
It's very likely. In the meantime... Again?
It's cold.
A slight...
I didn't... Someone has...
An
It's been a long winter. I promise you I did...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen.
Ah!
Someone has been...
That's my...
Where's your...
Damn! I did not... We must consider fortune and we're up. You need to climb.
Someone has...
Something images of your...
That's true. Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance.
You're doing all right.
The connection, it's the whole... It takes a few moments.
Is this really the time?
It's all right, Lieutenant. He's sick.
Once the oils have been dissolved,
I had hoped that between the signal pure...
Unser einziges...
Short of changing the shape of ideally? What do you mean?
she's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are his impit. You can't help. Come on. Kings and why not? To your surprise,
there is no...
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than...
This faithful clear across the river. A few of the eye... She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. You allow.
Yes, what is it? Very good?
Back.
And now
It's...
we're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only your microphone is set to broadcast, officer. We'll all be... You will need to transmit your connection request, while then it will... Good.
A soft rust. Every light.
Officer? Are you...
You're all the nervous for...
Try again?
Perhaps you're...
Nein, Liebs, Marianne hat mir erzählt.
You can't make out a word of this.
Liebling, bitte.
It's very light. In the meantime... Again?
It's cold.
A slight frisson.
I didn't... Someone has been... It's been a long winter. I promise you I...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich.
Ah!
Someone has been...
That's much...
Where's the...
Damn! I didn't... We must concede fortune and we're up. You need to climb up.
Someone has...
Something images of you.
That's true. Then you might break your neck.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance.
You're doing all right.
The connection, it's the whole. It takes a few.
Is this really the...
It's all right.
Once the...
Short of changing the shape of the... Ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are his imp... You can't help... Come on. Why not arm the good king's valiant steed in... To your surprise...
There is no way that is going to make any difference.
It's making a very slight difference. The signal is a bit clearer than it was.
Your grip is firm.
That's very good.
Nein.
The signal...
Try it now, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois.
Aha!
This is it, and by that, there is so much.
Please be advised. Acknowledge. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
This isn't about now. Take a deep...
What? How do you know this? Lieutenant Dubois.
There's papers right there. You...
Please continue. We're listening. We have it.
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
Acknowledge.
A long winter.
I'm not sure how much longer I can keep the signal.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is collision.
No, you know this tone of voice. You've heard it before.
We're sorry, Lieutenant Dubois. The committee has declined. Specifically, they said that disputes of purely local... They added that they expect the RCM to fulfill its responsibilities to a high degree of satisfaction.
Yes, what, very good?
Back.
And now
It's...
we're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be two. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate. Then it will. Good.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with every...
Officer, are you in order?
You're all the lieutenant nervous.
Try again.
Perhaps
Nein, Marianne hat mir...
you can't make out a...
Liebling, but it's very light. In the meantime, again.
It's called...
A slight frisson.
I didn't... Someone has... It's been... I promise you...
Yes.
Right.
Natürlich halten ihn die...
Ah,
Someone has...
that's...
Where?
Damn. I didn't... We must fortunate and we're... You need to climb...
Someone has...
Some images of your...
That's true. Then you might break your...
Your gloves give you a solid... You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That perform.
You're doing all
The connection is the whole. It takes.
Is this
It's alright.
Once the.
Short of changing the ideally? What do you mean?
She's right. You are his imperial. You can't. Come on. Why not? To your surprise,
there is no.
It's making a.
this faith clear across the river. A few. She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide.
That's very fine.
The signal.
Try it now.
Lieutenant Dubois.
Aha!
This is, and by that there is so.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. Acknowledge. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee.
This isn't now.
What? How do you know this? Lieutenant Dubois.
There's paper there.
Please continue. We're listening. We have it.
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
We're afraid we must ask you to repeat that.
Her tone has shifted. She's reading from a script. Your words have activated some sort of procedure.
Acknowledge. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a series of questions. Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Surragli, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform in Sulindico? Very good. Next question. Would you describe the phenomenon?
What she means is, actually, you have no idea what those words could mean in this context.
Next question. At the time, did you experience? Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light. Final question.
You are part of a large family. You are never alone. There's no need to overthink.
We repeat. What?
You hear the sound of a page.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by while we transmit our song.
I'm not sure how.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. Please acknowledge. Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report. They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly, at their earliest convenience. Subito. Collision shuttle Laurel is setting a course for your position. They will arrive momentarily.
To the southwest, several stars begin to move in unison. The minor constellation of Coalition shuttle.
So, they're
The lieutenant slowly removes.
Well, what now? You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship Archer. Is whether we are about to lose you to the Moral Intern. I don't. What are you?
What he means is, he can't believe you're about to renounce your half-brothers and sisters. The lieutenant takes a moment.
Detective, each of us has our part to play in the world. But I embrace it because it's my role, and it's yours too, Detective. Whether you accept it.
The lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed by the roar of the aerostatic's main rotors.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship.
No shit. How are they supposed to hear your acknowledgement over the thundering of...
Thank you. The Committee of Responsibility for Revachol has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept? We are far past that point.
The roundabout. Martinez North, the programmer, eyes you curiously. Whatever her misgivings about the Coalition, the fact is that you've summoned an aerostatic with your voice. The lieutenant looks up toward you. He's spoken his piece, he thinks. There is something, a whisper, circulating among the city's footnoted alleyways and along its electrical wires. But what it's saying, you can't tell. It seems to be a message.
Repeat that, Lieutenant. What do you mean, you can't? Are you being impeded in some way? We have to say, this is what the consequences will be for your refusal to accept responsibility, we cannot say. For your sake, we pray they are not more than we all can bear. And now, we are updating our frequencies. We will not speak again. This 2, 1, après le monde.
And the lieutenant gives you a long sigh as he removes his head.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
The sun-warmed bronze tingle. You look around. The strikebreakers are...
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Well, this was an interesting collaboration. Perhaps you're more reliable than the writers. In any event, just leave that equipment here. I'll put it away later. Now you'll excuse me. I have to get back to my office.
Well, hello? Oh no, lights reflect... Wow. Fine. Yes.
hard cop. Sure. You helped us out. Sure. No. It's pretty.
Teenagers skulking around. Gang members looking for a hole in the Union's defenses. Maybe Ruby too. But she wouldn't be able to tell from here.
Exactly.
It's a paw!
Tequila? Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice. If you find any, I'd be extremely grateful. Of course. Not much, but this last one is the most Martinet. I've never heard it mentioned out.
A shovel hits the sand somewhere behind the reeds, near an abandoned construction yard. The young men look over their shoulders suspiciously. The sound of their digging
Magic animals? No, man, this is serious stuff. No, Tequila. Hey! All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of, obsessive types. Some of those expeditions come back after a week. The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story to be... Okay, fine, I'll tell you. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history. That is, if he even existed. Who knows? It's an urban legend, after all. Anyway,
a paradigm-shattering
But then, something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and, tequila...
The kids on the street.
Or email and gold.
Sinus salt...
Can't see, for its popular...
Along with a number of more banal street names. He's talking about cocaine, babe.
Shit, yeah, Tequila. You've got to understand. The work now, as you might imagine, snorting that much...
Right. Wrong. Do it all the time. All day, baby.
Hey, Tequila, pay attention. The story goes that one day, apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are... I know, Tequila. I know. But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly a quarter kilo of...
That's almost certainly wrong again, nerd.
That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritian... There are those who believe the designer was buried with this quarter key of nose candy still lodged.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull. No. Here's the kicker. This designer, that's why he brought his studio here. Back, or probably further down the coast.
No, my grandma always told me
This is ludicrous and physically impossible. Sinuses can...
Now, detective. Always. My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
The archaeologists say they want to...
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them to it, Harry.
I'm pretty sure they...
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
Don't listen to him or his
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or in an...
In a pyramid? Now that would be...
They're pretty vague about it in general. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting... The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to...
Honest men on an honest...
By now, I'd say I know about as much... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on just a...
What?
For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the...
Wait. Maybe there's another way. Maybe up...
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows? Right. I've never heard it mentioned.
A shovel hits the sand somewhere.
All kinds. Some of those are... The first time...
There's no...
I'm not even sure I should be telling you that. Okay, fine. There was this...
He existed. I'm talking about...
Anyway...
A paradigm shift.
But then, something... You've got to now.
Right. Wrong. All...
Hey! Tequila. Apparently the idea was too high but the story doesn't...
That's wrong again.
That's right. There are those...
The cocaines.
The cocaine. Here's the kick. That's why... Or...
No, my...
This is le...
Now, my only question is... Where does...
Good thing.
What?
For one, and second, it's just not...
I have to agree. Besides, it...
What are you talking about?
You're lost.
That's all right. We've...
Tequila? Not that I can think of, currently. That might be the case, yes.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got... Sure, Frank.
Yeah, Rosie was there too.
Oh, you see, bought cigarette...
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Of course.
He has long forgotten what you were talking about.
Oh, you see, bought cigarette...
The hook. Where is it? I can't...
Mm-hmm. Oh, you see, friend, bought cigarette...
The hook.
Permit? Who... Uncle.
There's...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope me. Now it's your turn, Mr. Why the hell?
She's got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on.
Not much. Some things...
So...
No.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking. She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Me? Now it's your turn. Your parents must have had big plans for you. Wonder if me? Now it's your turn. Why would I do that? That's a fool's name. Are you a fool? Just a vicious...
The place is so pornographically poor. She nods.
What more do you want to know about that poor girl? Yes.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with their guns are expensive. From time to time, some went to patch. Guess.
If it is.
Gone.
The harbour seawall endures the wash of the...
It absolutely...
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. He didn't respect this. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years. Us working for life didn't...
This is neat. She looks like she's ready. The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away. The trap is poor thing.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering... Her hand is trembling from some sort of neuro...
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displayed.
Her eyes bulge with terror.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that...
The situation looks bad. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn... This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded. She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got...
Suicide by cop. Split-second decision.
Oh my God. In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police gun. Where's that bullets? What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks deaf. Grab the gun right now. This might be your only...
No one ever cares anymore.
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is...
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling, and I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, we could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, but I think we're done here for now.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes. Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Mart... is one of those things, a police cap. She doesn't even flinch.
Oh.
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. The old woman. Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. It reminds you of the day you first held it. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official.
Yes? Okay. Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it right now. Mm-hmm. What? You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people. But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mine project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
To the left of the croissants and a small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you?
Yeah. God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Courant or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
No? Well.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it? Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo. Fuck you, pig. What the fuck you are playing?
Easy, Al.
Don't disrespect Miss Walls. Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to...
Us kids? That must... The children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she...
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? You are already signed up.
Nah, don't worry about... Dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphrase.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
No problem, old cop.
Sure enough.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain? Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand.
There may be ground.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work like I lied before. Like I did it.
She nods, her back straight. Red.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, you log your work like I lied before.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next. She nods, then nervously pulls on her cigarette.
Okay.
There may be grounds.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
Okay.
She nods.
Sure. I'm afraid.
Why is that?
Because it's buried.
Thank you for your...
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel doc. Look, officer, I don't...
There are plenty of other reasons for hiding your documents from the law.
If I were to lie to you, I would love to change the subject. It's not important. Unless I'm some kind of... No.
She doesn't seem to be.
My colleague isn't...
He's thinking, I like this kind of prodding, whatever the situation. It may lead somewhere yet.
Okie doke.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
The record. So official. Sure. I'm afraid.
Why is that?
Because it's buried.
Thank you for...
I say so in your tourist bro. Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression.
Something's... What I need literature. Back to me. The record. So official. Okay. What? He wouldn't have done.
It could have been he was a certain. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark. She simply shakes her head.
I did not kill him to defend myself from... No, I don't know.
She might have. Look who's waking up from 1,000 years of sleep.
I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? Like what?
She nods, silently. The once bright mural towers above you. Say, suddenly, there's in through the collapse.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We're...
A rusty ladder.
Yeah.
The distances between the remaining rungs. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, not to mention, that what if you were to do some... What if you were to... Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has nothing to do with adventure. Oh yes, it could hurt.
He is restraining himself from using a parent. All you need to do is close your eyes. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's
okay, well.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
The wind at the top of the building.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim.
The doors seem to be on...
Huh. I hope no one dangerous hurt. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk.
He's quite proud of himself.
Yes, yes. It's cool to risk your life climbing rickety ladders. Anyway, let's investigate.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot, this does look like you hear the rain's susurration.
It's a great place to hide, indeed. No one could get a...
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment. A mustachioed and mutton years worth. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips.
Yes, I can see that.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century. I think the purpose of this bunker. We have found a lot of
good hiding place for someone.
I won't stand in your way. Millions of depictions of... You mean like Ruby? No.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints. No.
It's not a quit. He trusts your gut feeling.
Looks like our assist. Once we detain a credible...
You will upset them. This part of town is a fine... Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I still don't think that was a good idea. But yes,
Someone's been a very...
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information.
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield.
Well, we are not
If you can't predict it...
I think I see a cavern.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't...
Or maybe not.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like a thousand.
I know you're feeling pretty can't say it's a pleasure.
The voice doesn't wish to hurt you. No, buddy. That's not going to help. You don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. I'm using a pale lat.
The explosion of blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my a pale latitude signals are so precisely. This is at the upper limit is the large prime number.
She's been holed up in here for a while. No.
I built it myself.
And she's
That's illegal.
Oh yeah, way beyond. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Yeah, let's not.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops.
If you've got something really. God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk,
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front load. Well, it doesn't fit. Just keep her talking. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you be careful when you make your move, that'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, so you found my...
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice.
As opposed to the other knives she's...
I was.
That's her admitting the bullet was...
No.
So she says she didn't...
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No. He wouldn't have broken first. Oh. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck.
$8.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I?
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants...
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particular. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that. Do you think I was envious of his con? Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate him.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to him. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Look, fuck you, man. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it. But also
evaluating your competence as a police.
The shot couldn't.
She has a.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
And the gun stole. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
A knocked way.
That
isn't it?
No, they're not practical. Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend. What?
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compass.
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. What the fuck?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Cool, man, cool. Nope. For the same reason that she's everyone's type. Oh, so that's a very simple...
The lieutenant.
Okay, fine. I was into her. She does know how to pick up. She rejected... I knew that was...
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion. Yeah. The girl seemed... Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean... Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said, no. Gifts of flowers and candy. So now I'm leaving I never did understand. No, I did not. So...
That really comes as a blow to...
Okay, great.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy couldn't betray her.
That's your... Drugs don't make people...
She's proud of her organization.
No.
She delivered...
I got lucky being...
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know?
Those rings around.
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She's refusing.
It's okay. All right. She sits down with a drink, trying to... Oh, yeah. No, she asked me...
You made it look like you'd been hanged.
What? Yeah.
You can see.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower. Yeah. As I keep...
The...
War? Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw...
So this is what she was scared to tell me?
Yes.
Oh, fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois.
So she knows all of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself. You've been to my lord.
I thought she's... Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into...
What bunker? Don't know anything about...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little...
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. Sure you do. Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. One of the guys seemed... That sound about...
No idea. Satellite officer, let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today, she responded.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... She looks at the machine.
Oh, fuck it.
You should know the words to say. Suddenly, your entire body it's like a...
I know you can't say...
The void doesn't wish to hurt you. No, buddy, don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
No, I'm using a...
It blasted from that...
Saw my... A pale light signals are... So, precisely. At the upper...
She's been holed up in here.
I built it myself.
And she...
That's it! Oh yeah. Wait, no. Once I shut down the... Yeah, I stuck my... Yeah, let's not...
So she thinks of you.
If you've got... God damn, fine.
The gun... Well, just keep this only. Be careful when you make your move.
I heard you in the passage, so you...
Her tone is bitter.
So nice.
As opposed to the...
I was.
That's her admitting the bullet.
No, I did...
So she says...
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was... Oh. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I?
That did make her forgive them.
Like what?
A strong moral compass.
I didn't like him. Plenty of broken people who don't come with... You think I was envious of his... Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate him.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the... You mean the length of it? Look, fuck you, man. I might... Wow. Now I'm cured. Don't know it.
Evaluate.
The shot... She had...
That didn't go super well.
And? Sure don't.
Agreed, so?
No.
This is such a white...
The gun store. Trigger happy Jack. What did you think? A knock...
That isn't...
No, they're not practical. Yeah. Evidence. I considered her a good... What?
Her hand slipped from...
I'm not following your clever... If I want to stare at her... What the fuck?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her life.
Cool, man. Cool. Nope. For the same reason that she's... Oh. That's a very...
The lieutenant...
Okay, fine. I was into her. Claus, she does know how to pick. She rejected... I knew that...
Oh, ill will there. It wasn't a problem for me.
Yeah. I was a little worried to blow it out of... Yeah. The girl seemed to... Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks.
Who doesn't? The view's pretty bomb. It's very powerful. Yes, I'm sure. And any... No. So now I never did under... No, I did not. So...
That really comes as a blow to...
Okay, great.
Beneath it, she's relieved.
Drugs don't make people...
She's proud of her.
No.
She
I got lucky being a
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard...
There's a sinister note in her voice.
Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I...
Those...
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She's refused.
It's okay. All right. She sits... Oh, yeah. No, She asked me...
You made it look...
What?
She...
Yeah.
You can...
She asked me to help her drag him into... Yeah. As I keep...
The...
War? Fuck it. I'm not I saw...
So this...
Yes. You.
Oh, fucking hell. It's especially bad, son. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jeremy...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois.
So all of this, I don't know, sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure. I'm sure, La Puta Madre. You've been to my lorry.
I thought she's... Wait, one thing. Possibly...
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them, anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny. One of the guys seen that sound about...
No, satellite officer Vic. Let's go home, John.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then what bunker? Don't know anything.
Keep calm. Breathe in.
What bunker? Don't know anything.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Yeah, you had your death. Sure you do. Well, it wasn't this swell.
She needs it. You better make your move soon. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. She looks...
Oh, fuck it.
She's truly... You know. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her gratitude. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the...
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Plain red tent. It was pitched. The tent looks. It reeks of cigarette. Assorted soft.
See anything?
Rager month. You pocket a trusted.
We should read.
A thick journal. It's made of Schneller. She's got good taste. The journal falls. The large curve. Perhaps too. It's a mix.
It's good she left.
Hard to tell it.
There could be useful information.
Esoteric radio tech. Short ride. The way some of the staff issues. Oh, the first entry. Nothing on. You have no idea what she means. These are that name. Small one. Great. MSP. Then again. The call. Were you you didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head. The thought steadies. Been holed up here. Did M feel the entry ends abrupt? The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard. To the most even when I leave here, if I leave.
It looks like
that would be a first. Or a fourth.
I wouldn't go so. Besides, I'm not sure her life is... no, I don't think you are. Ask. Classy was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... Either way, one thing is for certain.
headless fallen rider. He could appear as...
Please tell me we are not here to look for a headless man in a tracksuit riding a horse. Because...
Don't listen to the lieutenant. He doesn't know anything.
No one's actually seen the headless fallen rider because he doesn't. There's nothing to wait for. We should get some...
Yes, stay.
There, we waited. Nothing happened. Happy now?
Your ears hum from the silence inside your mind.
I know myths and let's go.
Stop. You are prepared. The barrels of your Villiers 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold.
Yes, I hear commotion.
Good.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Put your damn gun down. People are... Shut up!
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises.
Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered.
You are all drunk.
Easy, Lizzie.
He is facing overwhelmingly peaceful. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The mask...
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, the lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns...
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My plan is not to get killed.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna...
No one is going to kill any...
With the wordless, the leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before... No, wait. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under you? Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Rude.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you up.
Perhaps it's for the best. Him not talk.
The gunner, what do you think?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven, about 50 little stick figures. All of them, these men served in Seminine, the native islanders.
That's right.
T, let's fucking do it.
Yeah? Who did that?
Time.
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now! How fucking
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? How about the kid?
Listen, please.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud.
You're lying.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the
Liars.
The shot rings in your ear. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot...
I missed.
I know what I heard.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Really? None of this looks like it's going to do... You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Pops, you have no idea about the rights, Crenell. If I fuck, no one's going...
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. No.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
Who?
Laley.
We researched him.
They fucking put Laley in a leaf compactor, and now...
There's real anguish in his voice.
It's a mind fuck.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. Same fucking mother.
Okay, good.
Baby blue, yeah. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. Find his killer. I know what this tactic...
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's...
We should have her.
You can feel...
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna... You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's fucking gone! Stay cool! The company bit.
Guys,
Hold your ground!
They're huddled close in a formation. Steal. The rest will stay. Even if it means dying here with him.
Yes. So what? Nah.
Enough already!
Interrupt me again.
Now, you got them both off-piste. He's foaming mad at her. A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. A low shot rings. You feel a tapping, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. You got hit. The armor took most of it.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in room. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at blood gushes from the helmet. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood.
I'm all out of shit. Put your dick. Shut up.
This is the mercenary.
This is a...
The Kipt.
You are all...
He is Nest.
Fuck.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life.
The mercenary. My plan.
He doesn't want to, but
if this...
a sound strategy.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think...
Big fuck!
Ah, yeah!
No one...
With the leader. Shoot him. No. Even if I don't... Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Then move down from that.
Rude.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you.
Perhaps it's for the
gunner. What do you think?
There, on the rim of Owen, about 50.
That's T. Yeah? Who did that? How?
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
You think I'm... How about the...
Listen, please.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public place.
Your lie.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ear. The young woman stands and looks.
I missed.
Not true.
I know.
That doesn't sound good.
Yes. Nah.
Enough of...
Interrupt me.
Now, you got them both off piste. He's foaming mad at her.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks? She's fucking... Stay cool! The company big. Guys! Hold your...
They're huddled close in a formation. All right, really, you only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Pops, you have no idea. If I fuck, no one's...
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This...
Who the fuck?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keep...
She left!
We should have arrested her.
You can
Hey, Bushman! You're a little cunt!
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your...
Sergeant Major.
As he moved, click, click, no.
For killing, maiming, and
Who? We researched him. They fuck...
This...
It's,
Open fire. We can't have that. Inter...
He wasn't my fucking brother. Same fucking...
Okay, good.
Baby, it was creepy, but bitches like... Find him. I know what this tactic is.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it's got him off center. A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. The smoke drifts west with the wind. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, shoot him. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. You leap left. A small angle lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head. Watch out. To your left. The poor...
God, Please.
He's aimed 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from de Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant. Blood gushes from an unbelievable Glenn dying.
Oh God, what?
You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then the look of here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened. Nothing. A persisting darkness.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking.
But you can't. A slender white shadow towering. Someone Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you say, and hand out your firearms. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves. You hear a faint.
This is death. One more door, baby.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh, God, no. He's not and rotting.
He can't go. Not before there was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get...
The engine of a complete...
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and we will see.
You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean-Vic Mayer is back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the...
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
I don't know. I did. No need. Easy now.
Your balance is way off.
How are you?
He nods.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and Curse. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise.
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed. It's not ouch time yet. You just... What happened? You shot the major in the... Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said you lied about being an amnesiac, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. This is the one. The Paul was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company, because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too... Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
He nods.
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat. All. Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are...
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between his smoking, his...
I honestly don't know. Do you? Because we can't talk to Everhart. The harbor's in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented... Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. I don't know. That's been... What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case.
He's wrong.
Okay. Don't be narcissistic.
That does make some sense.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving... It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely... We could find thousands...
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic. I'm afraid we may not be able to locate communism, Detective, on account of it being... Ideology does not have anything to do with the murder investigation at hand.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Really? Because
that concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good.
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by...
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through.
These papers.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky. I am sure neither of us.
The beds are... Next to the stack of... I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S.
A gift. I am not drawing my gun, yet. But
He says he's not, but his hand moves in...
It's hardly...
You look at her right... The medicine pity.
Mm-hmm. I always took you for more of a...
You see
This is ballistic.
A ray of backward motion. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring, I remember. She was there that night. She would have known precisely what...
She had a long time to think about it after.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
So it is.
For a second he seems tired. The wind blows in. He is trying to justify it to... There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Could be the makings of a sniper's...
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier... Ah, yes, of course.
seeing you approach.
Crazy motherfucker. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for...
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper. Theo was old. I think he... But Angus... He was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. You better run real fast now. Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right. It means you...
Absolutely.
Or you might die of a heart failure.
Hey. Fuck you.
First.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily...
We're hunting that rat down. I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. Might even ask Tibbs if he's... Don't know. Don't care.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Nope.
He did. He shrugs and tries to look uninterested. His clenched jaw says otherwise.
Judging by the sight of you...
Yeah. Go pay Monica visiting Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good...
It sincerely amuses him.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. Take care, coppers.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock.
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
And if you ever feel like the uniform...
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That...
I will, Capo.
Take it easy on the...
Good point, Bino Claude.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your... You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you... Let's be... I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by.
I wish you a quick recovery. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be. Yeah, I was.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yeah, I don't know.
He means it. It's not just boasting.
No problem.
Hi again, gendarme. Admiring the atmosphere. Convenient. But what do you... Bye-bye, gendarme.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place. This was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouched.
Looks like it, yes. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way.
Officer, care to play you? Actually, never mind. The prick is gone. I can barely...
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Hell, most likely. He was an Oh, he would have liked that. Violent lives, his hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and duck?
Yes, sometimes I thought he was wearing it. No, René was the most stubborn man in heaven.
He has doubts, but right now he just wants to move on and not think about it.
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him. And we've hated each other. Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it. In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. I took them for myself.
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. I'm sorry, officer. I just... think...
That was nice. A small thing, yes.
It is what I just don't know anymore. About anything. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And... there were many reasons. I guess in the end, the Insulindian... Yes. What about... Yes.
He finds comfort.
We all got...
We are both...
It is what it is. I just don't know it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. No reply.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversation. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. No more dangerous than stepping between three armed mercenaries. I don't like it either. You can try calling again.
Everything sounds okay. No drum. In the cabin, you see a set of...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
10-4, come in. Fire. 10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will... 10-4, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there are always some... But then again, some of us truly are. Roger that.
Man, you're alive. Man, what a day. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed. Even if it... Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you. Okay.
Is it the loot? What are you doing?
Oof, good on her. And she didn't do it.
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about it.
To the left, a colorful.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your... Here you go, mister.
The boyardero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer, or getting... It calls back to an older era, where this was commonplace though. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown. No, man. Not today.
He says it matter-of-factly, like...
Time will tell. I'll tell Everard I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the work. You know it, friend.
The graffito has been painted over the... This was Cindy the Sky. The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your... The flames warmed him too.
Let's go to the island.
Slowly, the flames subside. The fuel...
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was good. People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. Who knows? Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck do you... Good call, pig.
I'll die before I...
East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. Silent. They have failed. You hear the same. You ring the door. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell.
Oh, it's you again.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its mother.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3... And you! Oh my god! Just look at you! Maybe I should close... I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies. And to fight crime!
Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilante.
Exactly. In the meantime, do buy...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books? Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I have...
Give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity here. There isn't. If only, maybe, or more, or that. Yes. Either way, you might have been able to come up with, hang on, you can do this. So, who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Denuva, detective? Just fucking pick one. Sure, why not? Everyone, way to go, public corruption cop. You've seen firsthand how the powerful tip the scales. The door is you hear someone inside. The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest more old bullet holes. Half a century at least. You peer into your chest feels
You okay there? You were looking pale there for a second. What are you looking? Remnants from the revolution. Perhaps a crime of a sort. Not much.
the aging alcohol.
Give me a moment.
Ask away, police. Oh.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened not much.
Wow! A cop, cool. That's
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics. So it goes.
Man, you...
The legend! Uncle.
There's no... The scruffy head.
Our tenant, even I can see that. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own. I'm not sure those were the loss of the men with.
Then we'll be...
Officer Harry, what happened?
You're not limping. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Look at you, you can barely walk. Doesn't look like nothing. What happened to you anyway?
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint.
You didn't only get shot.
Well, good for you. Of course. Can I help you? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for it.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear.
I'm sad to hear that. Used to be some kind of fortification.
Hasn't been there herself. Who?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddy.
This must be one of the many
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. The twins.
Can we maybe ask you?
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. Well, most of it's sunken.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you?
The scruffy head.
On that island, that's, nothing. It's just a seaford and some plants. And we make a fire. We make...
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war.
I don't know what those are. They're lights. The fire guy.
Your nerve endings sting. They must mean a human being on that island.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found.
Did you mean there are...
Yes. No, he doesn't. No, he
Anything else?
I don't know. We ran. Our father didn't say that. He didn't.
A dull pain.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything.
The two things are unconnected.
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on the...
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. Life is...
What is it?
A skiff. Once you get in, that's it. One, have you made all the necessary preparations? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What? Fine. Let's blast SAD FM then.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know it.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally.
boat comes to a slow stop. In the silence, there is very little wind here today.
Let's go.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting up.
Ah, yes. So it's in for bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And
as a defensive measure.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolution.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, the flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away, on the islet, there is almost no wind. Just like a silent of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, the faraway roar of the city, a low hum. The air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little col de Mamadakwa.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Yes? I have.
ICN. This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the...
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the...
Nice political thoughts. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The No. An upside down...
With its horns in the sky.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here. One of these barrels was still leaking.
There's a greasy...
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Yes, anytime.
You don't have to be ahead. and magazines. Most are soft covers. Popular depictions of man among what is most...
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature.
Yeah. I agree.
Your incendiary remark has failed to... Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Well, yes.
The little books seem inconsequential.
Whoever has lived here, they have some education.
Interesting. Soft cover. An old... The lieutenant puts it...
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining...
Wait, haven't you heard this before?
Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel.
The lieutenant pauses.
Long and cold.
There's no time to dwell on this moment. You've got to keep moving. A hollow ring. The cannon.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
Someone who is basic electric.
The wind outside. Greasy old spring.
The offer still stands.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there in the dark. The blanket feels cold. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first, but you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. This is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a one...
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads. Sometimes, not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
I'm going to Morova. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality.
She looks at the suitcase, not...
Anyway. No, Harry. No. I don't want... We don't have anything to talk. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now. With your feet trembling from this, she is not kissing you back. The moment trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No. I'm just Dora.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head. She shakes her head.
Why did you do that to yourself? No, Harry. I'm pregnant. Of course not. I terminate now. Go ahead.
No. More questions. Ask more.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Oh, Harry, call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
Oh, Harry, do you really... Months already?
The air gets cold. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone. Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
Why, what? Oh, no. No. We're not doing that again. The morning? I don't understand. Oh my God, I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? I haven't even bought the tickets yet. My friends are...
What?
It is. Useless. Yes, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists. She doesn't know what to say.
Yes, okay. I'm glad. It doesn't sound like you're better at all, Harry. It doesn't even sound like you're a
Total annihilation. We got annihilated.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headlet. The figurines don't do any. Yes, a form of communication will. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless phone rider to give.
No, please. Please don't give me anything. Harry, I don't want things. I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. But now, only boring hell remains. It's not. But I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard, but I can. Yes. But that time is gone. No, Harry. We already tried again, and...
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things, not you too.
I don't know. Please, Harry. We can't be together because...
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes.
You know what I mean. A little down.
Questions? Did someone say questions?
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
In descending order, usually.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. You only communicate. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. We both said a lot of things.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this. Okay, Harry. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
And my crown of immortality. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way.
The cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the...
Your heart burns through the blackness.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny? I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope... Is there really anything left?
Don't let her. Don't let her go there. You should redo the topics. Go over everything. The things you didn't say before, too. Make it go.
I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What if my lungs do not glow, Harry? I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into...
No answer. The arches of her brows quiver as she looks. You won't do any of that. You can barely make her cry. An apricot-scented ghost wafts out of her. Her skin. All the roads will miss her footsteps. A completely different world.
I have to, Harry.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
No. That would only be pain. Light. Life. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and am happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molest. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your... Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squeaked. You see a small metal door nested in...
Another part of the island, probably. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the...
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches.
The console of an anti-computation device. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé.
This device was used to control the electronics.
We need to restore power. We should look around outside.
The boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland.
The console stands by, mutely. Nothing happens. The dial slides.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Perhaps there's someone there. Where it is in front of the video rental. Smelling a baby. You know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold and still. Oh fuck, yes. No. We're not stuck. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, islets and posts. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double
B-triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the contemporary Rivasholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little, quite old and grimy from the... The springs screech as you lean on the mattress in trepidation. A tingling feet, a small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you. A towering skyscraper, its top floor, the red chimney and collapsed back of the four-story tenement in the box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags.
Do you have a line of sight?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars?
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's net.
Affirmative.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in there.
The lieutenant pauses, regret.
We will make up for it. Here. Where?
He does not answer. Just,
we should move now.
this old cylinder, the lieutenant assists. There's a red start. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an...
That should do it.
A dim gold...
It's on.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim, old button is... The dial slides under the dusty glass.
Insular.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt, I don't know.
A thin wisp of...
Don't worry. I have a gun. I know. It...
old man wearing tracksuit trousers, then spits it out into the extinguished fire with unclouded by cataracts. His eye is practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service right.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But he may still get it in his... You don't see a magazine in the well. The words, I am an enemy.
And what rank would that be, dog? A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real Proletkult. That's La Revache.
You need to address that remark.
The job of a shitlicker. It is the anthem of the world revolution. In Grad, they sang Brave Children. Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it. Talk to her. God's shithouse.
All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet. Carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls keep their distance.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after. Talk to. It's the drug.
All around you, the cold dissipates. The old man watches you.
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle's in a shabby state. Like a crutch on the butt, you see Vespertine writing. But
no one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily...
It doesn't matter if the right type and the right caliber.
He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion. Some kind of involuntary response. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be...
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the insular Indian city. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here...
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here, 43 years, and it's not how a human being should live.
What have you been doing during all...
Hiding, fishing.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further, 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer, patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering.
Always waiting. for hurt.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. Always. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession would lighten the load.
Yes, what?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of art. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat. A second is all for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it.
It remains unclear.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum, the combined might of international capital, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are...
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was the mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All that, and then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. That the bourgeois are not human.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant.
I had to. I had to fight. It's not an island. What? It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people? Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
How does anyone survive?
Now hold on there.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables.
How is your health?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight.
The RCM can provide medical services.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. I have been running out of that.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. The dark joke, a sunshiny day, Morphine. There's nothing to look over. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years, I don't even know what. Inferno? No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of... It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for
They were post.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Colt, and others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then.
In the city, you moved
from bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. I don't want to. They're all...
He does not want to see life moving on.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? Useless now.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights, ammo scrounging on other...
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to.
Propaganda.
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. I do. They're good.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising.
You're with the RCF. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have
a spray of blood from his mouth. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should...
Is that part of why you've been here all this time?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer, trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar.
The old man does not answer. He tilts.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follow...
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield. The human shield that...
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask...
The old man spits into the fire pit. The expression on his face is...
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing
people.
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it.
Interesting. During or after?
There is no after the war.
So he's continued killing after hostilities end. This is it. You can feel it. Like battery acid. This is what you live for. This is the great serotonin, Jack. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. No. Be careful now. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I don't want to tell you.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Oh yes, that one.
Did you?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol.
A drop of blood in the... Exhaust him with proof. But the gun. The scent of blood in the air. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence.
You had direct visibility. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fasces, just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
Because it's a sniper's nest.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Not a lot of guns around that use military grade.
It's a real gun. You look like imbeciles. Why don't...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? .46. Good. This feels good, doesn't it?
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
Stupid.
The lieutenant looks at you. Not this, he seems to say. Anything but this.
Intuition. Your brain is rot.
He does not answer. Yeah, this just did, but still. Somehow you knew it was a communist. Perhaps you suspected it before you took the... The vision was you remembering that. Was it supposed to? The inland sea.
Standing there, slack-jawed.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. There were Maybells and nowhere else. Nowhere. Wait, don't forget the footprints. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no...
Everything is brands with you individualists.
Show me the souls.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Set. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing that.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back?
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly. Some strange process within him. A gush of wind. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Damn Maybells.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already blossom on the islets before.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret path?
I may. Classier. With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The beating us to the ground got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it, and so...
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex? Through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's prepared.
I don't understand. Do you?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle?
A rifle scope.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialists you've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
Wrinkled up whore. Yes, old-fashioned. They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalanx. Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. I could see they've returned now to show them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die, and I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
he wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning.
Past the fell building on the coast?
Hiding something. Her passport and ticket.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away.
After she was...
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone...
This implies that he's thought. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Why would I need that?
There it is again.
It didn't say Clausia in there. It was something. I don't remember. It was dark. I did. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachals that...
You could tell she was a...
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing them moaning.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like I've been through. Yes, that, too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. You'd turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen...
Those two, you hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. One more loose end down.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all...
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistic. There's...
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. Yes, over the years. It's not unprolific. No, I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why. Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't. If you came 10 years ago...
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you. That's it. Motive.
Where is she? That's Clausier. I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She'd look. At night, crying or smoking on the roof. Staring.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol. Cold rain falls. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd. Among the great, smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandelier. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow street. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that, and Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little... As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder. At good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years. You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
A tragic comedy.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. The familiar put, put, put.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more intense, like animals. Like the worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racist... Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon or Quayamoran. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. We did good when we pushed him under the horse car, until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only there was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agent.
Whores. Syphilis is a disease Philippe III contracted and the bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocaine.
That is technically possible, although Philippe the...
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that moat. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? Forgot. The party had each of the 141 Philippe. Some advertising cockroaches used their accumulated capital to erect a...
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture.
Yes, shameful. So many other...
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp chain. He keeps having opinions about the union's leadership.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions...
Disappointment.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own...
Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising and social...
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have...
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time.
Of course. Maybe the Clears don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
I haven't approached anyone.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oak, stepped right off the boat and walked down where you... I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now.
That's around the time that
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Never trust a social democrat who quotes my... Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revolution.
they let him be here.
You know why I killed that fucker, Duat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that.
Again? What have you done?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something. The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water.
Hey.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real... She was. And she was real soft on those... Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not...
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't true.
No, I guess it was not. She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is.
Because she was dead.
Just say no.
Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal, grasping her tit and drowned. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the head. Someone shot her, or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of hope. Nothing changed, not in the material.
Edgar didn't keep his part of... If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm a I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on channel. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered.
The same. Oh, there is plenty here to work with once.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me. Not yet. I like to look...
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have...
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
No. I waited too long. I waited too long.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross.
They're all dead now.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. And I blew them all. What does it matter now? Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had.
He's not okay. This is just another black day.
Glad we talked about what?
His lip curls into a sneer.
Glad we talked about what? I ain't going.
The old man stares despondently at what strikes you about this gaunt. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts...
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movement. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all of.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face... Do you?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something. old man stares despondently at them. For a 60-year-old man with stomach. The old man stares despondent. What struck? Indeed, it's a mystery. You've seen demented.
No, I'm...
There it is again.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror, the wind.
Your wife, do you?
But... No.
He's sweating.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
There it is again. To your north, something completely different. It sounds like a bow.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds. Limb, but it's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hands rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, but that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute...
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled. The segmented antennae move with reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You smell...
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one...
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride. You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly. Slowly. With like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of... The insect stops its stridulation. seeming to. Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life. Its limbs move, praying to you. Unwittingly, the insect, perhaps it is preparing to eat its god. No reply. A total ancient silence. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouthparts of the creature. The faintest smell, like...
Careful.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Okay.
There is no
in 3. If it moves, you...
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice.
I got it.
The antennae hang from a great... It is surprisingly delicate. The curly end of the...
Be careful, detective.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature, it tastes like sugar. Very odorless. Mostly the limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's warning. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small...
I exist. Tell me what it's like for you. Fire? Where? I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never burn. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck. With eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the visions, and when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral.
Detective, arriving on the scene.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? Yes, no one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. No one believed I exist. Almost no one. No, you're awake. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or
Wait, so
yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain. No one believes I exist. Almost no one. Until I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions. Until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revelshop, district of Martinez, March 51. No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who, the pale too, came with you. No one remembers it. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural terror. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started.
instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget? No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation. Please be. Or one day, one of.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there.
It's gone. Apparently, yes. Like a what looks like a nest of some sort.
What now?
In some kind of strange.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on it.
This passport, issued by the
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Clasia, with short black hair and...
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other object.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual...
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But maybe our man Mr. Dross took perhaps. But that still doesn't explain a magpie. I can see how the helmet... She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name. Where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alasia, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, did it? Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
What is it? What do you want from...
Something is very wrong with him now.
See?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring. Black eyes glade. A light shiver passes him, followed by...
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The
trembling mouth appears...
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined strength.
There's much more. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief. Mr. Dross, the doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 50. He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir and nothing. Just dulls.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back.
No reaction. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but...
Did you take this passport and other papers from a book?
There.
He hears us.
No reply.
Try something else?
I lost...
He turns his eyes to the reeds again.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid? This site is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it a
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of... The plastic cape flaps around his... The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are...
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here.
The old man. The greasy old spring mattress. The greasy...
Maybe it's better to get back to the mainland.
The skiff is swaying on...
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks, but for the sound of two men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village. Look, you reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad. Also, you look like...
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton. Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much...
Vic, calm down.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine. We're not forgetting about anything.
Hello, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Kemar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein, Patrol Officer...
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you of the...
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island.
The scene is making even him feel as though he...
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police...
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where...
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best in... My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent. It's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
You. Shit.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the phasmid, the...
No, because of all that you've done. The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. Shit, kid. He didn't betray you. He just told us the direction you went in. Who's Sylvie? Super. Or foreigner.
And people on the street helped us too.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. Guilty as charged. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off. Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't.
He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to... You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries, instead of working.
Yes, I'm Tran Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Tran Heilerstam. Mikhail? Mikhail's my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinet's beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinet. What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Hyde.
I'm technically just a civil...
Fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left, because he lost faith in your ability to... Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient Petro...
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
See? There! He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, Angie baby. It was going to be funny, but...
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For both of you.
Do? It's a Major Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit here now.
The 41st isn't...
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk, and you won't be duped so easily.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisolagi.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we? You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said none of us wanted to see the abyss. So the bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but...
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pearl, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically? Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory. I know everything.
What? He lost his memory
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain? Sure.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Isolary and troponetics are what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red. Honestly.
But Detective Vigmere, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the new one, those cases were hard.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea.
What do you...
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly? Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team, hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trump, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the Major Crimes Unit?
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then...
Leadership, now.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on the disability pension? Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Jacob Irv? I know who Jacob Irv is. I wanted to give you a chance to stop fucking me. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
He squints at it.
Okay. And your
What is it with all these? Here we go again. Lost gun. Trying to terrorize you.
Phew, he has it. I thought it was in the ocean. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporizer.
This is so unfair. He knows you have the gun, and still he's punishing you.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse.
The man doesn't reply, but you should have done a better job, is what it's saying.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain glacier, because you were too...
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Sure, if it's part of your master plan. Let's not even get into the other suspect or the fact that you're Evrard Claire's little peony now. Doing I don't compared to the 6 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries.
Here comes the count.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective, it's better if I do.
It's so much better if he does this.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to...
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class.
You should yell something.
The RCM consists of policemen of the state that is, so a little discrepancy there. Others still, he is also a full-blown fascist, an ultra-nationalist, woman-hater, and more than a little racist. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, but he is vocal about both. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads. However, well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke. Which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar.
Okay, he did.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath that.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected?
Detective? The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into...
So it...
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. Get a grip. No one cares about you.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Female?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And...
Incredible. Were there eggs in it?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. Therefore, of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be as in cloning itself. What makes you think so? Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower...
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown.
Incredible. The PR value of this...
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all.
Without it,
you're doing good here. Perhaps quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a show. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution.
So, it is what a...
Thank you, Trout. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory.
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Jealousy? I thought this
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the death.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Masterpiece. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the boot.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It will pass. In time.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
And eyes, too. Your return.
Understood.
But a case against Everard.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
How? It seems...
He didn't quite solve it. he cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the union...
What? And cleared the terminal? Sounds like you got played, Harry, because you were off your tits on Al Ghul. It doesn't matter how I know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Evrard Claire's peony now. Just, is that why you want us to investigate the asset?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone any...
God, can't...
Silence. Good. The man doesn't know what to say.
Yes, yes. Follow.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry.
Still, good work with the missing.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs. I know you did. It's all right. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink. I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be anthropometical again.
Paradox B is a fringe science magazine. Published, it doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push this cut it out. Is indeed what he is thinking.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the... So I have to.
Anything that ends the trial is okay.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth. The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics.
And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
Of course.
He's been on about Mike again? I hate that guy. Oh, you don't say.
It is getting cold out.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you tell Jim in Coron. I believe that's the term.
The smell of sweat and glue. Coron is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big...
You, every morning, walking...
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also,
you really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dubois. It was Dora Ingerlund, I think. You've said her name. But you weren't married. You were engaged. Something like that.
Vasa is where beautifully and...
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was...
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
No, it was 6. Like, ancient. It's an old man thing. Incredibly bangable. Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman.
Snow, Welkin. Blonde, heartbreak, pain.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. When you...
Look, the sun is going down.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No more.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately. I told you it's not that bad.
Us? We're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard?
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing.
They are damn iconic, though. Torson.
Yeah, not like us. Too clinically depressed. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I...
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old...
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, they speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the...
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered...
Thank you again, Lieutenant. Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live.
Fine. If we're gonna...
She and her husband were conducting the search for the fat. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver.
She is going to be over the moon.
Well, first I will go back to my station. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper. It says, tensions rise in Terminal YC in light of the débardeurs strike in Terminal B.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather work with Price?
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take this truly came as a surprise to him. Not a
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you...
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to...
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back.
I do like the sound.
He's really considering it.
Good.
Fuck it. Let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slapped. Torson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's
wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?